those who fall and to those who rise, a prayer to keep us ever by our side, an undying promise that we just might carry on in a song. Pray don't forget us, your bygone kin. With one world's end does a new begin, and should our souls scatter unto the wind, still we shall live on. Stand tall, my friend.
Last time. Ryle left for Charlia. Try and convince them to join us in our fight against the Tolothroi. Most of the group went to talk to the alliance leaders, whilst ourselves, Alice, Alphino and Graha went looking for Estenian. For if there is a dragon about, surely a dragoon would be best for it. And then we went to the meeting anyway. Actually, no, we went to the meeting, found out that Ardval is Estenian, so also right. Oh, we're getting to that. Ardval and Fardola were going to be entering one of the towers to try and scope it out. Find out what the hell's going on in there. We went to Ishgard, we found Estenian. Estenian almost got killed by Alice for confusing her with Alphino. She continued to be very, very aggressive with them for the rest of the time we were about. But he was prioritized on getting to Azazla to free Tiamat. So that's what we did. We went to Azazla. Tiamat pointed out the obvious, that she is also tempered, so Alice and Graha went about working out means of the exact etheric levels that needed to untemper her, whilst us, Estenian and Alphino, went to figure out how to release her. We met a node. It was cute. We released her while she explained her history and remembered her past and her pain. And then she took to the skies with Estenia to put an end to the misery of her children and slay this new Bahamut. Which, fair timing, because it turns out there was a massive attack going on in Thanalan. Alphino confused for Alice. Oh no, that's my sister. Alice confused for Alphino. The Reaper is on this floor now. Yeah, that's very apt. Very, very apt. Following that, we had another meeting to discuss the formation of a new company under the Alliance and bringing everyone in Eorzea under one banner. Which... Oh, wait, no, I missed a little bit here. During the Thanalan attack, Arenvald got and Ferdola infiltrate the tower, find it full of Amoja, who are geigered up into the walls and forced to summon Ifrit during a distress call, much like the dragons were in the coils of Bahamut. That's something to keep in mind. Arnval got significantly injured saving Ferdola, which somewhat shook at Alphino. But ourselves and Astadia managed to get him out of his funk by naming the new company the United Forces of Eorzea, the Grand Company of Eorzea. He was then asked for advice on how to manage one, and he was apparently working on a report for this entire time. We just needed to talk to ex-Braves. So we did. Well, we talked to those who remained, whilst Elsie went to talk to those who left. Heading over to Gridania to finalise the report and hand it in to Canny. The twins' father arrived with the statement for Charlene's response to Kryle's request for them to join us. It was very much a no, for how dare we backwards folk think the days are coming. Just hyperbole, but that are squabble with the Garlemald. And then he disowned the twins. And I wanted him. Oh, did I want him for disowning the twins? Before they had too much time to dwell on that, Fandaniel attacked with, Fandaniel tried to kidnap Exile and there was a big battle in Carchano. We repelled and stopped him from basically blowing up Eorzea. And we've all decided it's time to go to Charlia. Because we think they might know more than they are letting on about the final days. Which is where we are. Hey Ori, how are you doing tonight? Hope you've had a good week. Oh, for God. You really want to hit the twins' father, don't you? What tells you that? Stands on a massive ship with a fist that's tied in the ship. For us. Preferably at it. This is it, guys. We're in at the current final expansion. With the new one coming in a couple of weeks, so, you know, not final for long. Much and more if we discovered of the Tel'Ophroid's machinations since Stanker denied the return to Garlemald. Verily, the truths doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. When Arnval tried to free the ammo jaw held in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm, and the captives were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Tolofroi until means of rescuing them has been found. In the meantime, some nations' lunar primals will continue, just as we rely on the Grand Company of Yorza to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions. So too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. I conveyed Lord Emmerich wishes to Coutlet and the others. For the present, the Rosemary will be facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on our enemy. Whatever it is my father and the form are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. In July even. Legit great time considering this sort of environment. Yep. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going on summer vacation. Those who are brought from in close proximity of the towers are temperature to serve in Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with ether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we are yet to uncover what the Tolofroi wish to achieve by all this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to our long-standing policy non-adventuring, they made a point of setting Master Force should all adhere to explicitly state their tact, rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs. It would appear they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Cryo's mission of securing our entry into Charlie nigh impossible. I'm confident that she will find a way regardless. After the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many a moon roaming Kagane, Razatan, even Garlemald, but never Charlian. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely with bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. I have a feeling that journey to Charlian is going to be quite the test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while we are away. I just know it. But for now, the best thing you could do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Cryo. Oh well, that's it. No, look, we can't. We're not ready yet. Relina, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in the Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis of the hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers at multitudes of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that such said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Tolofroi. The Tolofroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith prevented for primal summoning. Unless we find a way to deal with the corrupted aura surrounding the spires, we can't get close enough to rescue anyone. Though shielded with the blessing of light, seem able to resist being tempered at least. As we have to Arnval and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are paramount concern, we must lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Tolofroi are under the leadership of our Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Today he's reclaimed his old body and murdered Emperor Varus and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while it saw the bloodiest fighting in the war's succession. That has since changed in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the Barclay cannons or his cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with the nary words spoken did they labour to transform the place into a sordid edifice born of nightmares. And they were indeed made thralls. It seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophori. An army of primals is awful enough. The lay of recent developments, I fear, is only a prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlotte. I'm sure of it. Much of Fortuno's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mistress Cryle. She says the arrangements for your business being finalized. You're dead. The Linz elements on board the next ship down for Charlotte. On arrival, present yourselves as associates and students of Aldesia. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The Rangers may be still warrior faults. They must race at the prospect of returning for so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. We'll now accompany you to the docks. We need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. The absolute thought I clicked on you. Ordona. So part of that reason for that recap, by the way, is Endwalker was delayed. As part of the reason why with Dawn Trail they refused to give it an exact date. Until it was so close to it. Yoshi P did not want to disappoint people again. What a grim reason to bring you to Charlian. Not much to be done about it, I suppose. I would like to you to give Grand Tour under happier circumstances. So a part of me looks forward to returning home. I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of our privileges of our name. As though that doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. I have been lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even me, The thought of returning to Charlene is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in some immense bit. It was in Charlotte where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaits was deep beyond the deep indigo deep. Still, more do I dread the prospect of discovering. Discussions long overdue. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It is a rare experience for most such guardians. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship is for Charlotte, which should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me, and have all your luggage close at hand. I cannot think of how hard it was to start this.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey! And please, please, be careful.
You guys looking forward to where Narita's going to be?
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Suffer the fate that should protect the next season.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
when sleeping's adorable.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The northern empty. Old Charlian.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Dear God, it just sent me. He hasn't been home for 100 years.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldesion at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Hey, Darth.
Name and occupation?
Maybe it better help if you were with the pirate hat. No. Welcome to Endwalker, Darth. The champ is here. Yeah, I'm taking it.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Graha physically can't stop being a hype man.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Nope. She doesn't, Darth.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh man. Not the best of weather to arrive to. But yeah, no, Sharlayan is that cut off from the rest of the world. I'm glad I spot your ship coming to port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for details. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Relena Estania's first time at Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Much just settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome to live at your estate as such, but I should like to take a nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I will not pass the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, A quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was the west of the Ithorite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there. Hold on. Yes, I'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What have you, Estenian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, would you like to join us then? You've been gone quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Ah, of course. If you'll have me. Come, Frelina. Charlian waits. You're quite right, it will be, Darth. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Oh, so this is one of the new things they've added for Endwalker. All set. Now let's be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Kryle's owls will accompany you. Lead the two occupants to the last stand and speak with Kryle to assess the location. While you accompany, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with request companions to initiate these bonds conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. They will now follow me. They will not jump, however. This path leads out to the sea. It's known as the Thaliak Stool. So named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlie people are prized the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus when Thaliak was chosen as a patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief. An alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with an impressive structure, yes. Our faith is not yet so restrictive as that, say, the Ashgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinities of their own choosing. Now that is a sight one can hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Valdesian, I was usually quartered in the Isle of Val, though gazed upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. It's huge! Here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlie intends to regard seasoning our food with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is bland. I'd encapsulate by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine has dietary value first, and taste distant second. There's one people in the studium, however, who could stomach the skulls and insipid meals no longer, So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian. The one and only bastion of culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I've had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlie when it came to cheap and convenient Raha. But surely Tatara has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when the time permits, and simple the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Etheroid Plaza. The cat wants cheeseburger. Now there's a meme I don't think you guys expected to hear tonight. The usual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, it's perfectly functional Aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the delightful guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a researcher facility located in this very plaza. It's much wanted. The discoveries are the reasons Charlie stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Valak and Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlie's largest marketplace. Speaking of Aetherites, these teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on a far cheaper ferry service. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Satara informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties. I find old tablets hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance of the Confluence. I no doubt their expertise will prove useful to us at some point, so just remember that the way there. Do you mind if I browse the sales for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I get to find. Read. Only a moment? Oh, domestic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Those little common air bookstores are so uniquely Charlian. I always thought that a common sight while I visit other nations. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of important goods. They also use to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one of which particular references to our ultimate purpose here. We head back to the Etheroid Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. playing through this game at the Endwalker first time, Kay made note how the architecture here reminds her of Zool. I gotta be honest, I can see it. This is very Greco-Byzantine. These little decorative features are typical of Charlotte architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is an Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Charlians, water represents more than life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the great flow which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thalec's divine Europe. This is the reason you see abundance of fountains throughout the city, and the prosperity of utilizing water is a decorative feature in our architecture. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orientations of and debate policy. Although the stage has been since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my first arrival, the first. Those who were gathered at Crystal Tower would ask me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community. Mysterium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle sightseeing concludes with a fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I can see it through the snow. We've arrived at the journey's end. History tells us this is where those who put ashore the Archon Nymphric built their first homes. At present day, it serves a residential district of the most important officials in the oldest Charlian families. You'll see the one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. Bring our little Charlie to our close. The hope has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head back to the Valdesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, across the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Etherite Plaza. Correct. After you, Elena. Yeah. See this house? That's where the twins grew up. There is a reason. Alphino does not know how to handle money. Charlie's full of educational research institutions, where still professors prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the schools that they run in their residences. Perhaps the twins can tell you more about them. Right, we cross the bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. How are you doing, Darth, by the way? You have a good week? Just get them. Yep, I saw. But fair enough. As a joyous look on Ra's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is about the Essian Annex. I will continue up the hill. You'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. I think we've explored enough for one day. I can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Back. I brought Relina and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Relina. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika! Ojika Sukanake. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika, cousin of Ejika Tsunaki, an administrative officer for the students of Odessia. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. I read the reports on Eureka's expedition. I hope Ejika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous. A good sort of heart. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Howell serves as our main headquarters. Of course, but we often had occasions to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the Sage's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. The annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engage in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the Annex has become our new base of operations, for all intents and purposes. And it feels so empty. So many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that to Lofroy fall. Through that door on the left, there's the main hall, where we can discuss our operations moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussion can begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in Enderon, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we are often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we slip into Enderon just to steal a few weeks. And thus they became known as amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll happily to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long. Coming? I'll wait for you in the main hall. Do you have those papers pasted on the walls of your rooms? It's not usual for the authors to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for engrossing a literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions. I should not bear them to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for students of Odessian, and so many others, we must look to days ahead. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the Huns.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Alright, chat. Which one of you guys want to do first? Investigate what's going on here, or go to Thavnair? Fafnir have a giant dragon problem? Fafnir does not have a giant dragon problem, but it does have elephant people. Ponders the orb. Whilst investigating here. Alright, that's a fair assessment, Darth. Let's hit the books. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will define the underlying cause of the form's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavour. There seems to have already become a consensus to how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian archives and historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that the progress has been slow. There are so many dusty pages one can skip in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, their search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside the Nomenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives to the western edge of the woods. We are also bringing a contingent of the readers with Alphino, Graha, and Yestola. The one we're missing out on is Organje. But I guess I needed one of them for people to go with that Christmas steady. So many gazebos. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Nomenon, Charlia's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is currently only an entrance, one of many at that. The archives of Nomenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Grubal Library pale in comparison to the Nomenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlotte is free to enter or pursue its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched Stola and Raha to investigate the rules. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search to the stacks up to the general public. Your status with said more problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlotte history and foreign policy. The task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there. Once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! look at the structural integrity of this building. Those pillars, man. Granted, we also have magic walkways. The titles inspired raised stewards of wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Humble Calamity, Archon Nufred, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern entity, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accurate learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born in strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With the knowledge of economics came trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, endless squabbles over water. The wealth of expertise could be bartered for a wealth of coin. And the more the wisdom spread through the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trial and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They were shrewd the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. See the structure style is your average war room and your average structure. Oh, so pretty structurally sound then. Are you counting the explodium? My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health, neglected to feed, and rest your body as you should? I too often engage in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to the reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number of self is on appointment. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever your age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, the extended time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp what greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, ethological, and arcane viewpoints. This book is on the wrong subject. Such reports contain details in the full report, which is a straight shot. And Walker, provide you with all the books reading action you crave. Have you ever gazed at the night sky and contemplated the mystery contained in it? I speak not of the shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun, the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us is to be a finite space. Now, amongst the leading thinkers of our age are once scores of pictures of a boundless sea of stars that's firmly taken root. Alas, the heavenly sea remains unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own stars believed to revolve around the sun. Through the technological systematic who came closest to understanding the laws of which govern the starry abyss. It was they who understood and sought to expand her beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell internal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that the positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future. It is shocking to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever. Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. It is actually appropriate for the technological level we've seen in 14. We haven't quite hit the point of them discovering gravity. They know it exists, they just don't know that much about it. Which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of importance decided that the Ecclesia, a public forum in which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to even longer debates, resulting in significant delays of item resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. By the year 201 of the Sixth National Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian was transitioned into a new form of governance. The nation that would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the form as we know it today conceived and created. Why did you bring your books to Charlie's library, guys? Because their books are soft. Oh. Of Thalian, the Trevinian hinterlands, where Charlian colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the etherical sea in the year of 1311 of the Sixth Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting and their demands encouraging, a gradual expansion of the structure and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. The Eorzean residents took to calling itself Charlian, which led to no small amounts of confusion when discussing turns and subjects of the motherland. In this province, some Charlian have been suppressed for a name was simply referred to as Emporium. Only Exodians, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed the corner for themselves, the abandoned colony gave it yet another name, Edomshire. The following chapter is going to introduce the most prominent features of Edomshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information in the forum, or cover the history of Charlian and Motherland in greater detail. Long ago, on an island in the Northeast Sea, there lived a rugged man by the name of Nunkrep. Nunkrep was a student of astrology, and divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. A flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, a strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrep's crew hauled their ship towards his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, trying to smash the small vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship is safely atop Alfred's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions hurled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, young Trev gathered his crew and grateful passengers and abandoned York to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and sailed upon that very spot. The Salvins prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlian we live in today. You gained a fundamental understanding of Charlian history and the foundation of the fort. Head inside the rendezvous, point the way to your companions. See why Charlian is interested in understanding space when you got a nice guy like this. I admit it. Oh, hey, Ryan. How are you doing, buddy? It's done. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I had borrowed at least a few promising points. And if I don't cry, I should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final date specifically, so we had no choice but to start with the tangential of relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the players will skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to this date. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. It's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. And after our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we're not allowed to be even allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. We hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what about you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born further away. In the southern reaches of Elsabard, in fact. For generations my people dwelt in Corvus, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Algans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makoti to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Annual Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to the Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Algan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case with most imperial provinces. The Gormals remained the region Locus Amenios. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the noble House of Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Pelagian civilization, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices are already being raised in favor of banning arranged systems. After all, Alec and I can no longer pastor our eldest children as reliable as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales. A discussion was made to bury our ties in knowledge and traditions of Alec. As the last child born to Alec and I was given over to the custody of friends and the student of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Small, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient prosperity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation to which the citizens can be proud. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matters of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Relina. More company should be arriving any moment now. Why wasn't that cutscene voiced? What else do I know, Corvus? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Golov first brought me here. I can tell you the Corvosi rebels seek to slip the yoke of their Imperial Masters. And the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets! Flying carpets! The legends are quite extraordinary. Spare Sir to pouring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the foreign's baffling behavior. Yeah, this is the way to see Charlie. In the morning sun. We've returned with our selections. Although, I must say, the Pickerings were quite some indeed. Mrs. Cryles already flicked through even the history devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by the prominent forum members. Perhaps our knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask you a few questions referring to the final days. I'm the only one who did witness the events on first hand. I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Oh, you're in Final Fantasy V that game. You know what final boss is like. Yes, the untold founding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manners of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing the powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors rained from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. And more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until present day, I have had something of substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved to have passed on. Which thus summarizes that the closest known magics is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there anything else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? A big piles of revived power would have been confusing because Rolina's shows. Yeah, and the other one is just the I don't actually remember answer. Ah, yes. The Amoroti spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course. Just as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by the ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarant was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say. We consider the harbinger and doom must be quite distinctive. Probably quite loud. I have to speak with one of the Numenor mammoths and ask if there are any books which may mention such a noise. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancient Celtic quelled this unprecedented calamity? Which is the definitive action that you they take? Yes, with Elizabeth's servings at his heart, so many great that gave themselves a sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to their star, or not by his godlike will, or as their laws of nature set it right. Thus, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives brought into new. It was these fleshly souls they intended to render unto Zodiac. A trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the Prime. Or might have been. Havana and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you both of you, for a detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all fresh in mind, it does make me wonder why the Holophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. You see what they're doing with these towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon Prime as a catalyst. But they tempted to mirror the conditions caused by unsustainable creation magic. By simply using the final days as a figure of speech. A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return to our attention to the form, shall we? Would you keep an eye out for your Stola? It is time we began studying these research papers. It really has come right to have all these dedicated assistants at hand. Right then, enough chatting, we're reading. Many foreign members are also rendered researchers or professors. Though they know aught of the final days, and that knowledge might suffice in their writings. That is my hope, anyway. I'm going to take this one. Yeah, that's great. my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possible useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianji learned to source reflections from the Garen oracles for its potential to cause panic and confusion. This tome was deemed apocryphal and sealed away in the Great Kabul Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, by being the Archons or Councillors, should be first largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confront Master Fortunon with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they pose a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know that the final days were truly upon us. I shall easily pass the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself on reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Your labor for it feels like an age, as your stool as research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then a day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, and ma'am at the references will point you in the right direction. For a moment though, I suggest you take a well-reserved rest. I'll be occupied with our research for some time. Ready for a break from you now? I know I am. Plus, my neck is sore, so I was going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand at the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to our coffee. It's quite nice. Time for Lee to start with the academics course so she can piss things. Hold on. Oh, I can get this. Just a little bit there, Ori, but that's fine. God, this place has so many of my vibes. Bringing the... As busy ever, I see. Where's Charlie and the mother golden coffee has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, the crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment's of private respite if you're looking to share a table with a respectfully requesting you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew the Telophroi, those enemies of the peace we have promised to end the world toward the year end. Wait, you're the House Livia got on to. And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard of you were disowned or helping outsiders indulge in their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumor. Oh, thank you, leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish for me to expect it on Anza's civility. From one so enlightened. Come, Alina. Yeah, I'll say I don't think this is a good idea. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophroi and non-cultural plans. My goodness! If it isn't the young Miss Livia! By the way, sir, are you as good at swimming as Elfie? That's not the lake, that's the ocean. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum. I've worked with Master Fortunal and I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Welcome, madam. What can I know for you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long's it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent the Kez Cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the Studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alpino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Neither has been constantly your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated. I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Livia. No matter how discreet the Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family doing use never strays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to say now of all times? Your questions, and those Charlie is a fantastic answer. Tell me, Master Deacon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Not like that, I'm afraid. What's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Fortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there were more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlie, aren't you? If you will know your face, we should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We're just finishing preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're settling down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea is set for the chatty group sitting near the water's edge. The omelette is for the one of our regulars, an islander by the name of Gissa. She's sitting on the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you'll see a Makoti gentleman. He ordered the oven baked lobster. Got all of that? If you're not sure, I'll just ask and I'll explain them again. Good luck. That's alright. I have a chat log. set. Lovely, thank you. The earlier pro classes in Star Trek here, she can blend into the nation of nerds. Lovely. The tell-off. I'm sorry, I never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about the ritual arcane practice of the sexual era, common or exotic, esoteric, I'd be happy to tell you read off. Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in and no time to waste. What? The Telofroi? Ah yes, I remember seeing that name in the latest Gazette. Man, some grand claim them on the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. And all these fools grow tired of smelling each other's blood. Let's stay out of it, I say. Ford made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. Let's give him the lobster. At last, the other big lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days. It's the worst I've heard of it. Well, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't seen before here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. It's a name for those who trail after the reapers in the fields, taking over grain which are missed. I, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. Well, these Telofroi make good under these streets. Many uncanny rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour, you'll see what I mean. Carrying loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Thank you! Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whichever fake news and consents are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the parcel well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the freestyle, away from the gossiping and the waggling tongues. But I'll say the gleaners are busy. You must try the Zerg. It's amazing. I share a little love with it, if you ask me. Yes, this should do nicely. All the wind and outside.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yes, I was trying to tell you.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the cleaners. Go ahead to the Dominon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his comes back. Welcome back, Rowena. Been for a walk and cleaned your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up some information on the cleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take the requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. As you say, the ultimate answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in cleaner traffic and cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As you so observed earlier, no one on the archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with the fact that Relene and Alice learned the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of the particular period of ancient history. But my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but also somehow connected with the destruction being perpetrated by the Talothroi. It's wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so preoccupied by a duty of such pressing importance, and they saw fit to unanimously deny Orsi's request for aid. And other cleaners, official agents of the state have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do think it's a stretch to conclude the cleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems so obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation ourselves. If we're lucky, the cleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it each return to its proper place. That'll be great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready for Labyrinthos? It's not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Off we go then. Why are we walking? Why are we walking so slow? Now we run. Try to keep up. Keep the path straight ahead. Frame 2 flashbacks. Across the bridge. Up here. Not far from now. Here we are. We're the store and down the stairs. You did remember to tune the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. We're getting a little bit bad timing coming down here. to. We're all here now, yeah? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our groups to send. Hi everyone, on to the left. Down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Oh. Maybe it sounds still off.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I still had it off from the last storm I was in. Hey. Of course she'd be the first one. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took it to tumbling and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I must have a pack of mammoths running loose. Let me think. Urea seed should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snowberry 1060. Or were they Probably 1061. My head feels like it's stuffed with macrogras. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing up? When if someone mistakes the Cretan carrots and the Kiona and Barian carrots, what then? Most of the candidates gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? What doing? Nay, I'm not shrinking my journeys. I've not been down here in an age and wished to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is not obviously of the place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and or at fun. If it is hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in all rentals. You know, sort of tidy out the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before though. It just did one a few summers ago even. There were no worries at all this mess get dropped on our laps. Worse from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could it be they're changing the layout? Prepare for the next big expansion. Any luck, Relina? What tales do the gleaners have to say? So this grand operation began without a warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We are right then. The forum is definitely up to something. The turning labyrinth is something down in the process. We do well to learn more of what specifically the Greens are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. Have you game, Relina? I have an idea. Don't worry, the Gleaners in question say something about escaped mammoths or marmots. Perhaps you were to help him find said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll return my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. I think he knows what you're doing, Cryle. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your service, but if you're offering all the goodness you art, I'd welcome the assistance. The name's Anvil, friend. Specialist in the collector of live specimens. That's it. The capture of these Nexian bombs is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmoth species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistake in the little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stick them in the sack. Gently, of course. But again, you want to... I've not seen any scampering around here, so you'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There will be beasts out there that don't hesitate to prey up marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. for a sad oyster movie that's not hunting rabbits. It is a little bit of a scale difference, ain't it? Nothing wrong with me killing all these research subjects. In the sack. Nebby. Where's the mouse? That mouse doesn't see things. Yeah, trolls. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Aye, there's the old mammoth out. Wait here a moment while I put your friend in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've been off well in the isolation. It was too soon to release them into the habitat. This is a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. Yeah, my thanks. As for the phone to decide, they're the guiding authority behind the labyrinthos after all. And this job was but one small part of the great inventory of theirs. Suitably for consumption and easily to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the form was planned for these creatures. At the very least, I doubt they will be served for dinner today or tomorrow. One who was looking for lost marmots. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Cryo, from the students of Alvesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forest decisions they have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the decision to descend to Labyrinthos. I hope that by seeing this decision being put into action might be fully understand the reasoning. Nice and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, our duty calls other animals to capture and close with tea. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more of our services. Did you learn anything new? So we confirmed that the order for the ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. Nor the Genius have not been informed of its purpose. I say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've only discovered when the operation has begun. The forum contacted the Gleaner's guild ship and put their fuel to the Great Worth some 4 days after the Telofroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners have kept abreast of news from every corner of the world of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their account of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that the undertaking was a sudden, unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructure of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were about waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telofroi's declaration was what set all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap into conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conclude conduct a wider investigation on Labyrinthos, the facilities we visit, the more piece of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the top floor. Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine, surely. Some of the centre slapped me a bit of the headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east, through the forest, whether you were chasing after that mouse, or Morbid, was it? Anyway, there's the trolls you need to watch out for. Maybe I should keep out. Such noises off. Looks the cat. I'm not even in the world right now. Why would I be doing anything? Behold, the Archeon. As in the month serves as a Charlie in the literary archive, so does this structure serve as the state's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance as an access point to the falls carry to the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon consists of physical history of Charlie and unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak of the custodian. Greetings. You're here to pursue the Archeon vaults. You're clearly no gleaners then. When I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Odessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe the vaults just open to the public at least, or open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, the access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we had better. The building has a lift which connects to the military, yes? Will we at least make use of that? The service has been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. That time will be too late. Now we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? Well, last time I was fine. I was nearly killed and ended up being this guide. Students of Odessian. We are in impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We will seek other means to access the lower levels. It is likely the people in the area are involved in restructuring in one way or another. If we are to ingratiate ourselves, we might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Am I taking lifts? Oh no, we're just students. We've only hesitated to the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anyway. It was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Well, it's good, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll take it to the care of the Archeon as it's open again. Is that what I think it is? I actually thought I might escape from the research laboratories. And then we reported to find the city of... You're just as dumbfounded as we were. If it's true, we may have discovered a newly discovered species. We could have our name appear in the Gazette. Remember this for late May, maybe June. Is that? Take you down and lift me? It's probably not a chance. I've been up and down all day and now I've only found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out that gate though. Someone's running a large pack. Engaged in some manner task. Maybe he'll be headed down the road after he's done whatever he is doing. Stop. Fight. Fight into the way. Huh, it's you again. I didn't mean to be rude. But I'm in the middle of another task. The Kraken I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? Spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. But the one I'm after today is the hornbill. His feathers are green and his cry a distinctive call. Single out and shoot it with a sleeping dot. If you're wondering, by the way, Erenville is the first male Vera we ever see in the entirety of FF14. The vector short-lived, so lie and wait down by the river to claim my quarry. Be sure to hit the right one.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too. able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I never knew even would have noticed this cave on my own. Thanks to that scholar that Aaronville knew of it. And they were there to persuade him to share. A menial circle which Aaronville mentioned is here directly below us. Unlike the lowest levels of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let's see what we might find. I took a quick peek inside, but it's quite awfully dark in there. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. It's faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the research, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch that recruiting. We should tighten our strats and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tying their straps and checked their gear, I say we head on in. Given it's right ahead though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. Don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Chat be doing okay. Next up. This has a hostile presence. Not necessarily a threatening one. Mushroom. Grasshoppers? Yeah, like mushroom insects. Everyone seems to made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. As promised, the tunnel has left us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for architectural purpose. A vulnerable assumption holds true. As specimens are being collected in preparation for Great Migration, then we should see the evidence of such plans in areas research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farm facility and see what we see. Must be careful, I swear. The slopes are steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured. You all can't wear pride. Lena, did you not cry? I was like a thought double back there. She got plus my stomach doesn't come to lift. The mind chip was implicit with playthrough maps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are the most unusual creature. Why did it develop such long limbs when all they do is shove our tunnels? Why are mushrooms stronger than ladybugs? And squirrels? Oh, we reached them. The infamous grapes. Now I know where we are. This is a mere ergonomics. Labyrinthos is a host of a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. It's this research facility which coordinates and oversees and separates the fruits of the research goes to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues. Or so I hear. More notably, successors might make it to the Agora. If it's so exotic, you'd be hard-pressed to guess the origin, let alone how they may taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, or your list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no cleaner hereabouts, but these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the form's plan and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax out from the workers. The rest of us will do the same. We'll cast out useful clues. Also, that light of our artificial sun is not so brilliant as the real one. However, it allows us to grow crops without having to worry about climate, weather, or changing seasons, making the results of experimentation much more consistent. Why not take it down below? More than I can carry, and that comes from. Most of our stocks are sent via the cargo lift, and some has been earmarked for aerial transport. There's a stack place up the hill over there. God's hauling that the slope was a job and a half. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Nobody the use of the lift being restricted. Oh, did you make it down here anyway? Mine shafts, you see. Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with the guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the form is having us filling out the list on Mount Home. Missive yet deal requests, ritual wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around the old stock to make room for new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quality of seeds we were thoroughly researched. That's a strange thing. I pressed for an explanation was met with vague assurances that we all received our due course. All revealed due course. Not the most satisfying answer. What crop are we raising? As you can see, this is one a variety of grape. Only need a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Highly surprising given that is needed to the particular locale in the very place upon which the labyrinth was modelled, the region in the south of Ilsabard. It hosts a remarkable habitat diversity, which allows a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swathed pepper plains, which in turn treasures the hot, humid coastlines. Bushbound territory is yet contested, as you might expect. As we call Corvus, for the Imperials we need the Lucas Luminous. The form saw it not as a prize, however, was a research idea of environment. One where its climates can be sure to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthus. The source provided a rich foundation of countless experiments in cultivation. Labels these trace tells the story of the contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied with those shells and sheaves of roots.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
I love so much that whilst everyone else was in the conversation, really was just like, nope, I'm keeping an eye on that. Look at me, have my intentions have been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her. And keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Yeah, stuff's Cryo too, child. Erenville's headed westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. I don't think any of you are prepared for what's about to happen. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticum Beta, one of Lebanon's climate control centers. He should have his own lifts, which one can access from the upper level or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of reform, I would make a convenient meeting place. Even if we were to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we can't expect them to reveal issues of import while as we launch an off stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, well, there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hoppity, my little toads. This. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. I'll wear off within the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd as likely leap into the jaws of predators you would learn of anything or note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts in that forum? You're essentially defenseless. You would be changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with your quest objectives. Speak with your soul to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Rabbit, rabbit. Rabbit, rabbit. Red, rabbit. Alfie told and Ellie told will now accompany you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with your quest objectives. Oh my god, it's the shadow balance. It's alright, I am a sparrow, so it's a scout. We also have 29 minutes. Rabbit. Oh, he told attempts of and fails to shake his head. So you nonetheless understand, please tell you this is the wrong way. Rabbit. I told hers to face north. Perhaps you suggest you across the bridge. These are knowledge buffs. You might actually know this is weird as spell that's a fair point. I wonder about a concealment tool. I'm not sure it's worth finding out.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I suppose we'd have no one agreed who specialise in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. You seem inclined to trust in us all the same. Or partly perhaps, discover a new piece of the puzzle. There's small mention of scrutiny of the Forum, as Agent mentioned. Charlian has ever been called to action, and Lothroyd's declaration was a catalyst. Whatever charge it is that they hope to fulfill, they deem it sufficient import to disrupt all of the Brinthos. Not to mention ignore Eorze's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the things were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to your stall and cry out for them. See what they think of us. We're a bit corrupt. Welcome back. I trust you found Derendal then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something for it. Even if something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. Which is there as trial. Proceed to discuss how we'd like to proceed. Until we find her back at the farm, she'll still be hitting me off late, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near the flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us could survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander.
for you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. And another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
They took my hat off. They took Kryle's hood off.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances. and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Beldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Thank the gods for such scholar game. I absolutely love the arguing in circles. My father may be right. I am still groping the dark for answers. I need him to know that I would never stop searching. I owe them that much to Arnold. And myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor, whensoever the needs arise. I believe in the guiding principles of the Science, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I just read as a left restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on the way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. And our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, struggle to learn a lot more substances here in Charlotte. The overall picture is growing clear, yes, but there's, in spite of the form being so maddeningly vague about their duty of theirs, why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it take precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alice? It is you! When I heard you'd been tried before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Emily's Livia at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please. Don't want to make things difficult for you. The word reached his father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment. But I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have got sweetie. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we won't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Banquet's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Rena, what do you think? Rowena? The Rowena Westknight? What splendid this day is. Turned out to be champion of Eorzea. I insist that you join us. But I must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servers will be made to suffer the consequences. Melina, have you been so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, without any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Relina? Well, it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get us over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? The room was perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep for themselves, don't they? Chairs, mementos. You can bring yourself to throw away childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Let me upstairs that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Try to take a little hard tie. And wait for the dawn. On this very bridge. Yes. And outside for a little, this bridge was as far as we were prepared to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother and servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watch alive. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Catherine and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when this meeting ran long, however, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came in pounding down the path in panic, crying out my name. Here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at? I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
You thought Tesleen was the only one Alice wouldn't stop talking to us about?
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Hey, Magpie.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I be alright, Magpie. How you doing? Welcome to the beginning of Endwalker. Also, she is not joking. Sage was easily the hardest class for me to learn in this game. Ah! At least gonna be head of that family in this route. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. As you can see, I meant a lot to you. And so refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Can you not do this so close to my boobs? Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As well, these tokens of hope that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. So simultaneously, let's return to the annex and rejoin their companions. Hey, aren't they walking? How are you doing, Magpie? And yeah, Melina's clearly quite popular with the outside of one very specific man. Right, that's us finishing up over here. Now we have the older one to do. Receipts of the father see at the dinner table. Who is head of this household? Enjoy your travel with the Liviers, I hope. I won't ask how the twins fared, but the new elves tell the tale. Well, really hope we can keep them to reconcile with their father. That they might return home one day with their health held high. In the meantime, we are closer to the secret of the form tries to hide. And if I were agreed to heal by Highland, sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we scout out the situation down there, we'll be well equipped to plot out the next move. Truthless duty. I wonder what else the form is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortune means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children seem not from anger. I think the desperation. If I intend to master these age armaments, I mean to learn to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. We will help to take out the knowledge of the allies in battle. Symbols of battle form of energy which went into manifested by carbuncle companions. Oh, that's right. We will now no longer see the Alphino's carbuncles. They are gone. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. Real life warriors and matchy outfits for our styles. Both fashion and fighting have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Alright boys. Put off the staff there. Now, Krau's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, and so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I could travel by flight. But what are the rest of you? An North sea voyage will waste time we do not have. Krau is of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt that I sought, and to whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade, Winbrida. Winbrida was an authority of ethology, a field of studies she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both our authorities are in the right in their own right, are both our researchers of the Confluence. Have you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath many times I thought to reach out to them after sending the fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection has revealed upon me the words I would speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Come with us or no is your choice, yours alone. It is too difficult. We'll manage. Thou art kind to say so. I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath lain long overdue. Let's settle then. Let us be off. When we arrive, we should look at a research named Kite. Guys, I need to be right back real quick to refill my water. This is empty and I got a lot more talking to do, so that's... I am back. Let's do this. There's sadly a quest I can't do for you guys. Because I've already done it, it's not New Game Plus. Where we, bring a coffee to Papa Lemo's father. Oh, now, this is rather long as stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associate crown students of Odessium. We seek passages down there and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you already need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can use it as a beacon to see how well you're in a mess of ether hurtling through a ministry. Then could be the incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. What if I were to tell you that there was a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly. That changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. Users need not attune to these Aetherytes, but the Aetherytes themselves must have pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherytes, one has been installed here in Charlia, and the other in Yaldmad, a port town in Tavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razatan, and indeed we owe much of our breakthrough to the contributions to their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these Aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherytes were made for people like your good self. The magic's imbued within will whisk you away and without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it for me to worry about such things. But don't we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours. So assuming you're willing, we are all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle with my test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift to helplessly in the life stream. It is statistically unlikely event that something may go the wrong way. Awry. It's plain that you aren't most people. It's just Kyle truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject. A Master Wolf's son and Mistress Blade are not present today. Oh, didn't you hear? They recently resigned their posts. Expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project held by the foreman itself, as I understand. I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Well, let's get going before you change our minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote mine to our task at heart. That there. Well, it's not going to. She's going to wish she was.
Right, we're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travellers could line up here, please. Is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Woman needs to be placed before ethics committee.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Beat me up, Scully, indeed. I said, yeah, skill issue.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
He didn't use the same method the rest of us did. Oh.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Manage to will yourself to your feet to pick up your condition. Will you be able to reach a steady in time? I'll end that woman under her time. Look at her, Angie! He's no stopping. Our champion. Now quickly, find Stania for you. Three drinks. Summon the hells of evil sickness. By the Mansuna, a traveler. Greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amarisa made with only the finest of precious ingredients is famed for curing unruly bellies. I will welcome to that meal. I'm pleased to offer you for the low price of 19,800 gil for not one, not two, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high on robbery. You would say as much to a Sarian, but you realize any words warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a Stenian and use the gesture deny. That deal is fair. Deny. Renangia was already feeling bad enough. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. What? Sincere apologies, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,000. It's only 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, all for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I explore the town. Estinian is just like Alfredo. No value at all. In his death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Estinian, and to the fine fruits of these lands. time? Excellent. You spared us the Tauler's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already. You should have yours too. Right, now ready to get on with it. Unless they truly work wonders. Darker UV, I see. Thy hair. Hi, I bound it. Does most practical. The most I could do against this heat short shredding my armor. I had taken you where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnerian weave, though, but not easily unraveled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. Just fancy it, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Aphro could hold a candle to you. Which of the three got chat? Which of the three? Three. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, and the nation of Razatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, they were Arcasodra, a Mantango tribe indigenous to the region. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their entangling a culture rich of distinct, from amalgamated textiles, the powers of heinous culture had come to be celebrated and comforted the world over. The development only aided by the nation's prime location, a waypoint between east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razatan. And such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it needs to be maintained through judicious government and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence given the merchants at Gateway Town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation as large. Just so. The arbitrary pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened. Or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose while anymore. So how do we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we? See what information we can gather here and yield to that. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to the flying start, but we'll make for it. Right. Let us put up and making inquiries in town. Raina, the pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup at the Aetheryte. Off-putting that mere sight of PB. Whoops. It's great as they are fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling. So good thing not too long. These imperious boats moored off the nearby isles. The semblance of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to the portion I visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, I'm recording my sales. Still do a daily elf habit, so I don't know why I bother. I'll sell anything these days. This has never been this terrible. I suppose things couldn't be worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like Calzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my operation, I've come to realise. You're a traveller by the looks of it. If you have one, perhaps you could pay Calzal a visit. I'll be glad for a tidings from aboard. Like it's not. I'm playing a bit of salt when sails. The harbour guild building across the water from here. Oh no, it isn't a traveller. You're a rare sight in these uncertain times. People have been giving us wide berths since the costly towers suddenly appeared in the Ronair. If I just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. I had to spawn the fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the radiant dust. Our business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. I'm coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, that's that. Look, you must have known this must happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. This will be an enormous loss. There are fresh powders, handcrafted medicines, all the perennial heinous favourites. The consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans and apply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know these things, Kazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Betsy, and I'm here to see Kaza. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, the fisherman of Akia, a nearby village. I sell my cash to Kaza, and offers it to foreign merchants. He hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium must be struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, I knew. He's a hard-working man, but I do not disturb him. What I may ask, what is it that you do? And I mentioned, like I say, you just travel the world helping people. Then that means you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, why don't you teach me how to be like you? See, there are some fresh fish with me. Fish I could preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, we're terrible people. I've only ever dealt with Castle. I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it may sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your tent. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 30 people here on Yield Mill. I will serve you and learn. I'm starting to get Russian. You didn't get less Russian. Especially as it should be pretty obvious where this place is based on. Yes. Freeze here too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things are settled down somewhat. There was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other through to get to the city. Many are in vain there from now. I cannot stay away. When I come back, thinking my life such as this. Whether or not it was our choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home. I don't do anything dangerous, eh? You all tells me. I don't. I make sure to keep way well clear of the television when one of us is approached from it. I hate the radio source instructions. I want to deal with this so we can get back to our normal lives. There are days where you can earn as much as you give. I'm not into a meal satisfied that you did for good work. Speaking of meals, I'm not sure some tasting fresh today. Fresh is, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you, customer. The batch of the day is shower calls. A delectable stew with coconut in it, and baked with sprinkles of salt. World may be ending, but I will help this elephant man sell his fish. by chance. So, what do I some let's say a dozen. They don't give you export quality. Well, for eating, of course, it may seem like a lot, but later I got them no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade. Though with no vessel coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, the players coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come and ask you when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. Don't ever wears me down. I find myself feeling constantly hungry. You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled. I try to fill that void by gorging on food I like. Fish? I do like fish as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seems you're here. Do you happen to have an egg and sardine? Perfect for the spicy soup. You certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I would recommend them pickled in that oil, a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind first. Alright, next customer. Hey, Thancred, would you like to buy some fish? Okay, I'd rather business-minded, for want of a better word. But at least they are welcoming foreigners in ordinary times. This harbour must overflow with visitors from all over the world. Right. Thancred does not want to buy some fish. Yeesh. Tis a storehouse like any other at first glance. In contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. No fish. What is it? Oh, fills my stomach. Ugh. Ether sickness. No, nothing so unusual. But I hurried to get back to work. I ate just a little so quickly. Would have liked food, but can't afford it either. Like as not, the circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working as hard as I can, but I still can. The better to be prepared. The supply is a place for that if I need to run home. So I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Some dry products too. Have nearing cucumber, not fire fish. Well, at least the last of the batch, so it's of interest you can have to scout. Truly. Well, it means I'll take them. I told you earlier. Gotta preserve what I catch, which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. And now we have sold all this fish. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Manage to sell to everyone that you approached. Any merchant resident hand would be envious of your success. Watching you at your work was truly inspiring. Anything the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. All the things will return to normal like Hazel soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And why would it be but Messiah? Cousin, have you finished your business in the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in, and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. That's right. So, you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am, but for now, you must pay off your own goods. But myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. As it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and family depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. And thanks again. And please take care of the road. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. See, we also heard the tower has affected many locals' livelihoods, but I think I would have been to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnaps are extremely commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they made use of the faith of the helpless Sarles to create a call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual, Tall Fry. Let Matsuya fill you our company helping. He's Arcasagil, is he not? Apparently, so almost exclusively as people are being kidnapped. Should we be traveling alone? There was something as of this publisher's aim. It does stand to reason that Alcross Soldier would be their primary target. It is the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We had better go after them. Akila lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kra's acquaintance, incidentally. So then, keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Nearby, the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. There's any mass here from here either. No, leave me alone. Help! Someone help! Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found them in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do. Well, everything. Kidnappers. I heard that they're surely you have as well. I was advised you would take refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others. But fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. Let's see. That's your decision to make. We should take care not to travel alone. A question, if you may. Tis odd what is time the strange fiends that have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, we have come to call in the tower the Salt House of Divinities, in the old tongue, it means. Well, no true divinities. They are monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and all fell just in thine outrage. Knoweth that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, but thus we will learn all we may about them. Will thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You came all this way to save us? Really? Did you think I had your piddling fish? To answer your question, yes, of course. We were glad to tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask you to follow my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good gods-fearing folk, all of us. And we'd be honoured to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akil? Why? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So 'tis the simulacrum of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt it existed before, there can be none now. They kidnapped Hamish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like us not. Aye, as you said, we'll do what we've well to study the religious traditions to Acolyte. Our cutscenes are being betrayed by the weather. It is foggy. I guess that's giving it a nice ominous glow. Oh, that's the rain. Welcome to Aquila, my friend. This means White Beach, and there is much to say that. Please make yourself at home. Guys, I've already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. But any of us could tell you about our gods. You could do no worse than starve the Kanka and don't spy either. Feel free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know of our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but the isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the forms of men, and the Maraga, beings of might who assume the form of beast. Together, they are the divinities, forms and personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All possess of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. You say? That's what I like to hear. For curious of listen in ancient times, the Mansunia and the meager deities who took to look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of Mansunia, Moraka cast aside their own heads and took out those of their foes. Likewise, the Mansuya coveted the might of the Magra. So they too resolved to trade heads. Also born new gods, possessing both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Mansunia have worn animal faces, and the Magra limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about their gods, I trust. While you're off talking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you get your friends now, I'll go and fetch this shit from my home at once. I really am sorry about the accent. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. The Mansunya, you heard of them. They are, yes, 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Kindurva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her high in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurva, the goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindruva, youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by the weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Mansunia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. What doth the Migra, if I may ask? The Brigra hold power over nature in ages past. They are revered as guardian deities in time of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples or ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses the Gaja head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Kasuda. And then there are dragons, who occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It is said that the ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Rezitan, was a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. The divinity has since acted as a guardian deity of satrap, but it holds that if ever the satrap is indeed, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we got Old Kra's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nitana. According to Kra's notes, we're to find her in a place called the Great Work, or north along the coast. Yeah, let's just go for a book. Did you say you're going to see Natana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I can stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her. Take care you don't drown in them. He has a crush. Daniel, what did you do?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Hey, cat.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
It's a little wonder why Razatan is the main trade partner and relationship with Charlian. The most relatable nerds indeed. I really need to just spend an hour or so just going around taking all them off my maps. of our welcome call. Answering the call. Many talents have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Cryo herself is tied up with another investigation, Marlene is an eminently capable, suitable, and we spare no effort to age. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make a talisman that can nullify their missions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits a vast concentration of ether. One cannot go near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar. We are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, such a blade as well must create enchanted talismans. Talismans that we will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing. We are quite confident. Even prior to this, people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tasted to date, those utilizing dragon scales provide the most promising. Owing to etheric density, the scales are resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify the protective properties through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steadier progress with the talismans. Soon, we'll be ready to conduct field tests. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. How are you doing today, Cat? Thank you. You should wonder. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later. We'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, our first test how well your blessing shields you. Your own permission, of course. In that case, Angie and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, this might you could do with more hands. We'll be grateful for any assistance you can provide. That's fair, Cam. If you are ready, let's put your blessing to the book. If you exit the right work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I'll meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Good luck with the test. I shall remain here to assist the alchemists. I hope you don't have any trouble finding the place. Coming to you. Not all accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat years and many sleepless nights. The drunken Deepa. Deepa's a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of Deepa. In view of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed to 4 times. That should be enough to sustain your blessing protective capability. Please, begin when they are ready. Shall we observe from a safe distance? Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure treatment. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. viewing the Beast Lantern. Ready, Ethan? Please step back. Lots of ether, so no other things. So check the lower damage. First aid to the stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Cap, were you about during the launch of Endwalker? Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Okay, fair enough. And it's just a question I need to ask Kate at one point. You gave around a 5.3. Right. I think I was 5.2? 6.2? Maybe 6.1. Subject related. Impressive. Irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Derek exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humorous. Rest of your little lantern. You have returned. You're not on your knees. A promising sign. Please, don't let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish the ether from when we tested talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You'll be perfectly fine. The strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk to the tower of fluctuation. With this, you can request for your aid. Your task ahead within easy huts. You are capable warriors who, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, a talisman requires the use of a special ink. We have exhausted our supplies of the key ingredient for it, spirit wheat. The herb grows not far from here, and I should like to go and harvest some. But the reasons why the kidnappers are the Archer soldier travel alone at our own peril. Will you not come with me as an escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your tent. Without further ado, let us head to Kachia's footsteps. If it's situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Man, I just absorbed an entire planet of light last month. The lantern eats shit. Catherine. Gods, but they gave me a friend. I think the moment I venture outside the safety of work. I think the sisters asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. Here's the fun now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Here we are. Kachia's footsteps. Kachia was a great dancer. And those who would follow her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is the spirit we grows here above us. Was that about harvesting once you would stand there? The kidnappers would like to return soon. But they're safe and sound. Indeed, Cat. I love it. And further. Oh! Right. No longer walking immune. Let's see. I own it. Need to work on the others. But 2 out of 6. I'm a third of the way there now.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to 2 tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
We are being so screwed by the weather.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something? Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough swear to eat, alas, is a good one. Thank you for giving much. Let's head back to the Great One, shall we? Well, I guess it's alright with just in the distant fog. Just the shadow of it. Thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're a little bit closer to completing our talisman. It isn't much. Please accept it as a gift of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work in the talisman. You're both excellent. I have a message for you, Mr. Stadano. It would seem like stores are giant gall laying low. But I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Rurianji told everyone about the temporary cure. Stenian shared his knowledge of dragons. The fear of something since inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, these two new possibilities, far be it for me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I shall be happy to tend to this work tonight. But much I appreciate the offer of my dear boy. I can't even conscious that you out there alone or kidnap us or oblige. Lena, North and I to pass another task with you so soon. I will ask you to fetch the giant spell. In case you're not familiar, giant spell is a type of orc found on the island. Owing to its hardiness and etherical conductivity, its applications on many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The warrior, when it's found on the named giant skull grounds, is not far from away, so it shouldn't take much time of your time. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zayuna. He'll furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an element of my own that will take me to the altars nearby. Can we borrow a pair of ham shell? This isn't that. By all means, you try to be patient with them. Those of either still intrigued. I shall bring the hamster to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. They are all good creatures because they are closer kin to the Orcine dodos. Elves have long been kept as livestock in Daphne, and many a hatch may be found here. Alas, the larger of these were recently raised by monsters from the tower. Like other hatchery being situated near the tower, Radiant Toastry purposed the remnants as an outpost. As well, my other thinks your own destiny is as a stone proposal. Make no objections. Let's make further outpost. You set forth in your words. Let us be off. We have running doors to work. Come on. They have a opening gate. You should not do this in a cave. But our technical formations, such as out of the water, is called Kata. They are between sword. The sword legend holds was wielded by Mansura, Yasamaka, before it was cast down on a complex land. To the left of the garden, the which touches the tower. As you can see, the shadow is a small island. Almost there. Well, the main part of the hatchery is on top of the cave front. The outpost itself is on the beach. Side. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is the first line of defense against the tower. On an errand for the satrap. I am. He's actually made me come to collect our report. We also wish to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We are honored to receive his executions. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed our relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front lines of the battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often travelled alone. It's been but 2 years now since you took over. I wonder how that fellow is faring. Like those before him. He went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do is my own volition. Groundly, I pray you do not think ill of his excellency. Certainly not bad. Whatever happens, my faith in Satchel is unwavering. Still, I worry for you. You should be overcome with sadness if anything would befall you. For you are a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will leave here. Thank you. But who might this be? What heinous rival to look of her? Permit me to introduce Una Westgate of the Orsian contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From the Orsia, you say? How is our appear over their tweets? Tell me, what is the situation like? May you suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would benefit to stand to learn something of value. An excellent idea. The unprecedented nature of the threat. So, hello, son. Understandably anxious. We'll be glad to have plenty tidings you can share. You too. Bring faster and the latest glasses later report. Answer any question he may have. I've heard of you, a visitor from the Orsia. Is there anything you could tell us about the Operoi? We know that they would always build the tower, but they are declared war in the whole world. Why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, think about that we won't let those bastards have their way. And fight them with everything we have, like our own zero Far Eastern brothers. Are they really that far east to you? You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little less about it ourselves. The tower is us as folk have been taken to call it. So they appeared and were dead on the island Noon now. We're safe from sentinels at this distance. If you go too far into the water, you shall expose yourself to this corrupting ether. You are a foreigner, aren't you? How do you deal with the tower in your home land? Struggles are not unique, and hope still lie with the talisman. You must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me that I have not yet bought the true Star Company. You have the Radiant Host, military order under the Stretcher's command. Our duty is to preserve the peace of the land. Yet, joy and sweet in dealing with hitherto unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit incapable of willingness to our threats. Even so, we struggle to contend with the fiends of the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on 2 occasions, the common force we had to pay a heavy price. When the towers in Eosia, they likewise spawn monsters. So it's much the same as everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hear it as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Bazet Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Whereas the stream dried up when our trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of ventilation, I was being grateful for your account. But come, you had better see the original errand. This mine will keep me here a while longer. No, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Why not? The path is straightforward. You either follow the road east up the Hamza. You are right before. You know. Brief as it was, enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Oh, this is a much more natural setting for Arena. mind. Yes. Yes, we are. This is indeed Giant's Gun grounds. The Isles of the Union. There's something you won't plan. Giant's Gun for the alchemists' sake, but of course they shall have it. They'll leave a tile as they deal with the tower, and it is the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here they are. A second of pure Giant's Gun. You can always set some aside for our alchemist minds. When you deliver it, the good folk here for the great work know we're well grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Oh, I am reaching my limit. Not much further to go. Not much further. Welcome back, Alina. There, hope you had the chance, Gal. Oh my, such fine assessments. Thank you so much for taking it easy here. We now have everything we need to make our new next prototype. And that should be capable of passing our most rigorous test. Well, certainly. It'll be time for the true test. So please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Indeed, Cap. Indeed.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless. Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
You know, it occurs to me of Team Silver Fox that Urianger is the most mentally sound and adjusted of everyone in this group. Both Anchor and the city have deep issues that they're still working through. Rolina herself also. Yeah, not bad at all. He's holding well together. Perhaps the secret lies within speaking a true Shakespearean. Go. There's a rather finer boat than I expected. I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that. You must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, wherever that may be. Yes. Say everyone in the trees. Well, the longer I try to south, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
It must be Christmas, because the Warrior of Light has gifted me a white elephant.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Armor, at your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter, we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these mine spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
And what Cap said. Most deranged scientist in history. The man who made the Crystal Tower in the first place. Imprisoned Bahamut in the moon. Invented cloning. That's who we're up against. Ah, there you are. But Where's Mistress Nadana? And Suya herself. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. We will finish this quest and then Nah, we can get... No, I really shouldn't. We'll finish this quest and then we will pick up next week. Right here. I will cap. Fact of the matter is, I can't lie about the fact it's 11 past 1. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted him more, but you were right to return here first. You must tread warily, lest we endanger Nadana and the other captives. And we will get about that next Monday. Next week, we're gonna go fight a tower. But that's all for this week. I am exhausted. And no wonder I've been going 6 hours. Whew, hey. Maybe I should have broken up the 2 parts there. Whoopsie doodle. I hope you all enjoyed. I really do. Let us go rate Massey, who is currently playing Princess Peach. Welcome to Endwalker. I hope you enjoyed what you've seen so far. I hope I've been doing this expansion justice so far, and I hope I continue to do so. But until next time, cheery bye. Oh, cheery, cheery. Cheery bye.